and that is a significant decrease from what it was historically. I served as president for 13 years, and as I say to people, I'm probably a dinosaur in that we're just not seeing many presidents serve in double digits anymore. We're fortunate to see presidents get out to 8 or 9 years. A year-round cycle versus the academic year cycle. So we're seeing that presidential searches are starting all throughout the year. It used to be that the presidential searches started in late summer, early fall. That's not the case anymore. When a president steps down, the board typically wants that search to start very, very soon when that president is leaving. So we're seeing a year-round cycle, which is very new to this enterprise. Third, the timeline pressures to replace senior leaders quickly desires to compress the search timeline or desires to compress the search timeline. We advise against that. Best practice says it takes 5 to 6 months to do a presidential search the right way. There are some institutions that we've worked with that want it done in 3 to 4 months. You can really get it done in 3 to 4 months, but it squeezes everything and causes a lot of stress and pressure. But if institutions need a search done quickly, we can certainly do that as well. Cost considerations. There are some institutions that not only for presidential but other searches are choosing to do them in different ways. Some are choosing to do them on their own. We don't advise that, not because of the business side of it, but simply because there's a lot of detailed work involved in doing a presidential search. So cost considerations, though, play a role in some institutions making decisions to try to shortcut doing a presidential search. Increased calls for transparency versus candidates' needs for privacy and confidentiality. We'll talk more about that later, but what I can say to you is that we've done both. We've done confidential searches. We find in confidential searches that there's more of a probability for us to get sitting presidents to apply, for people that are in high-ranking positions outside of the academy to apply in federal government, in nonprofit world, in the business world. If you do a confidential search, you more than likely get a lot of people from there to apply. If it's an open search, meaning their names will be made known to the public, sometimes it's very challenging for people to get involved in searches because they don't want to risk their position at their current institution. More virtual elements of searches. We've seen that since the pandemic. All the way through the semifinal interviews, we're working with some of our clients that everything's virtual. The committee meetings are virtual. The semifinal interviews are virtual. Everything's virtual till you get to the finalists. And then the finalists are in-person interviews. That model is probably about 80 to 90% of the presidential searches that we do today. So there's a great reliance on technology. And we're using that today with the Zoom technology for this particular presentation. So that has become commonplace in presidential searches. Political influences and other external influences on searches are beginning to play a role. I live in Gainesville, Florida. I live about 3 miles from the University of Florida. Happened to spend 20 years of my career there. So I know a little bit about political influence with presidential searches. We're seeing some of that across the country. We don't think that's a good thing, but the reality is that is playing more of a role in presidential searches. And the last point here on factors is search committees and hiring authorities changing expectations. We believe that once you put a stake in the ground at the beginning of a search with the leadership profile that we'll talk more about, you need to stick to that leadership profile. You can't midway through the search change what you want because candidates apply on the basis of what's in your leadership profile. But nonetheless, we are seeing some of that occur. The next slide that I'll talk about, presidential search best practices. So here are the best practices. Let me just talk about these in order. Set clear expectations about the timeline at the outset with milestone dates identified. We work very closely with clients to set a specific timeline. We try to get dates on calendars so that we can have the majority, if not all of the search committee present for all of the meetings. It's critically important that the timeline be set and that every member of the committee, if possible, be at all the meetings so that everyone has the opportunity to have input into the process for determining those candidates that will be recommended to the board. Second, develop a partnership approach among the governing board, search committee, and search firm. It is critically important that those three elements be on the same page. The governing board, the search committee, the search firm all need to be on the same page with What do we expect from this search? What's the leadership profile? What are the things that are most important in that leadership profile? We always reach out to the search committee and to the board to get agreement on what's in the leadership profile. So we're all agreed on the front end of what it is we're trying to accomplish and the type of person that we're trying to recruit. Third, develop a compelling, accurate position profile that highlights the institution, key priorities, and desired required qualifications and attributes. We call this, again, the North Star. It's the leadership profile. It is that document that will be distributed all over the country, that will be in the hands of many potential candidates, many nominators. It serves two purposes. One, it lets people know what the qualifications are for the position. But secondly, it's also a marketing tool. There's a lot of information there about the institution, about its vision, about where it's headed. So it entices people to get interested in the institution, not just because of the position, but because of where that institution is going. So that is why we call it a compelling document, because it is a statement about not only the qualifications for the position, but about the institution. Fourth, reinforce the importance of confidentiality. We talk about this all the time, that confidentiality is just so extremely important to a search, especially if it is a confidential search, because any breach of that confidentiality can throw off the entire search. You'll get candidates that will withdraw immediately if there's a breach of confidentiality. So we talk about that a lot, and we'll say more about that later. The next piece that I want to talk about, effective presidential transitions, on the next slide. This is a part of the process, and that's why I'm so glad that we're having this conversation with you today, so that as you go forward with presidential searches in the state of Iowa, there are certain things that we think are just critically important to presidential transition. Among those is to plan a multi-phase transition before the outgoing president departs, during the search, and after the president's arrival. So there ought to be something that's planned for the outgoing president, different events to highlight that tenure, different things that kind of lift up all of the things that have occurred during the current president's tenure, if it's been a positive experience. And then during the search, there ought to be certain pieces along the way that are part of that transition, so that everybody's aware that we're moving from the current president to a new president. And then certainly after the new president's arrival, there ought to be certain events that occur. And again, we'll talk about that later, that sort of lead up to the new president not only meeting the current president or the outgoing president, as well as the key staff members, but key folks, not only in the university community, but across the state. So we'll talk more about that transition as we go further. Maximize the success during the first year of the presidency. We think the first year is critical, and it's why we focus a lot on presidential transition during year one. We have found that most of the issues that occur in a presidency occur in year one. So we stay with the president, we stay with the board during year one to ensure that that first year is successful, because 9 times out of 10, if that first year is successful, we're off and running to a very successful presidency over the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Third, help build a strong working relationship between the new president and the board chair. There's something that AGB offers called an Institute for Board Chairs and Presidents. It's for new presidents and board chairs. We think the relationship between the board chair, and in your case, the board president, and the new president is extremely important. That is a relationship where both of those individuals have to be on the same page going forward with the tenure of the new president. So we have some thoughts and ideas about how to build a strong relationship that we'll share as we go through the process, and especially when we get to the point of the new president being appointed. The fourth point here is provide transition guidance for presidential searches as part of the contract with the search firm. Some of those key elements include build a customized transition plan, provide personalized guidance and counsel. We do that. Again, it's part of our contract, it's part of our first year outside of the search. We think that it has helped to increase the tenure of current presidents where we've been involved with the search. The next slide that I want to talk about, managing the search process internally and externally. The benefits of an internally managed search: deep institutional knowledge, sole focus on the search, and lower cost. The benefits of an externally managed search: using a search firm, deep and broad networks, connection with the across the landscape of higher ed, handling time-consuming tasks, skill in candidate screening and referencing, and ensuring confidentiality. So if you do it internally on your own, you can certainly manage it. You might have people on campus that have some expertise in HR or other areas. But if you hire a search firm, 9 times out of 10, you leave all of that work to the search firm who gets up every day, and this is what the people in that firm do. If using a search firm, the ideal is a partnership, as I said earlier, can't say it enough, among the board professional, the search chair, search committee, search consultants with well-defined roles and responsibilities. If everyone is clear on the front end about his or her responsibility, we have found that the success of the search is at a higher probability than if people are confused about the roles that they have. So oftentimes we have found that some search committees believe that their role is really to pick the next president. As the Board of Regents, that it's your responsibility to hire the next president. So we try to make it abundantly clear with the search committee that their role is to identify prospective candidates that they feel good about and to recommend unranked to the board a slate of candidates. But it's the board's prerogative to make decisions about who the next president of an institution will be. The next slide that I want to talk about is determining the qualities needed in an executive search firm partner. What's the focus of the firm? How extensive is the firm's experience in higher ed and in presidential chancellor searches? For an example, there are probably a handful of search firms who only focus on higher ed. We're one of those firms. Our work is entirely in higher ed. There are other firms, however, that work in higher ed. They work in the private sector. And so when you identify the firm of choice, you want to know, okay, this is the firm that we're going with, and this is why, and this is the area in which they have the expertise. The second point there is, what is the relevant experience of the proposed consultants, and what is their standard workload? What does the candidate screening and referencing, the consultants, or who does rather the candidate screening and referencing? The consultants or more junior staff? In our firm, the people that you talk to on the front end are the people that'll do the search. So that in searches that I've been personally involved with, I take on the responsibility to do the same work that my colleagues do, and we don't do a bait and switch. We don't present to you a group of professionals that'll do the search and then have other people do it. We do the referencing. If I'm involved, we do all the due diligence. We do the recruiting. We do A to Z. So the same people that we assign to a search on the front end are the same people that end up doing the search. What is included in the proposed fee? It's always good to know. Consider the scope of services, the quality of process, guarantee, etc. We do have a guarantee built into our contract for the work that we do. And you always want to do a few reference checks. As it turns out, in the state of Iowa, we've done all three. We've done the University of Northern Iowa, University of Iowa, and Iowa State. The last 3 presidential searches in your state we've done. We've been honored, quite frankly, to have worked very closely with Mark and the team there and with you as a board on those 3 searches. And we're excited about the upcoming search with Iowa State. And by the way, let me use this as an opportunity to say, we think you have 3 great public institutions in the state of Iowa, and you folks are unique. We've worked with a lot of different states across the country, but in Iowa, we think you folks get it right. And I want to commend you as a board for ensuring that you have 3 high-quality institutions that are run well, and that you have a board that embraces those institutions and supports them in the way that they should be supported. The next slide that I want to talk about, roles and responsibilities of the institution and the search firm. Talked a little bit about this earlier. The Board of Trustees, the role of the board is to retain the search firm, assign the search committee chair and charges the search committee, interviews the finalists, negotiates the terms of the contract, and hires the new president. Those are critically important roles for the board. The search chair leads the search committee, serves as the main liaison to the search consultants, serves as the spokesperson for the committee. That's a very important point because oftentimes search committee members feel like they can make public statements on behalf of the search committee. Not the case. The search committee chair is the person who should make any statement on behalf of the committee. Search committee chair advocates and models an inclusive, cooperative, fair, and professional search process. The search committee members assist with the development of the profile, approves the content, approves the search timeline, reviews all applications for alignment with the profile, identifies candidates for semifinalist interviews, recommends top candidates to the board for finalist interviews, maintains complete confidentiality during and after the search. This page, probably more than any others, delineates the clear roles for the board, for the search chair, and for the search committee. And as I said earlier, the role of the search committee, which we like to repeat often, is not to make decisions about who the next president will be, but to make recommendations to the board so the board can do its work in terms of selecting the next president of the institution. Continuing now, with roles and responsibilities, the search administrator or board professional coordinates the logistics of the search committee, the meetings, the interviews, the space, the candidate arrangements, gathers, shares relevant materials with the candidates, and serves as liaison to the board through the search. When there's a solid board professional that's working with the search consultants, searches tend to run smoothly, especially presidential searches. So the role of the board professional is critical to the success of the search. It is that person who works very closely with the search consultants, with the search committee, and with the board. Finally, the search consultants, they host the listening sessions with the campus constituents, develop the leadership profile, sections on desired attributes and qualifications, the institutional priorities, how to apply, nominate, recruit, build the candidate pool, conduct due diligence reference checks, handle interactions with candidates, and support the transition planning for 1 year. So these 5 roles, these 5 components are critical. And I would say if there's any main piece of the presentation that I would lift up to you, it would be, these 5. The board has a role, the search chair has a role, the search committee has a role, the search administrator or the board professional has a role, and finally, the search consultants have a role. As long as everyone stays in their particular lane, searches tend to run very, very well. The last thing then that I would share before we kind of open this up and welcome your questions is our presidential search process. We start with prepare and research needs. And this is what I talked about earlier in terms of listening sessions. We gather information. We gather all the key elements of, what do you want? What do you want in your next president? We talk with the board. We talk with the search committee. We talk with different constituent groups on campus. We talk with different constituent groups off campus. We gather all that information and put it into something we call a leadership profile, which we then share with the search committee and with the board. And as soon as the search committee and board puts their stamp of approval on that leadership profile, it means we're all on the same page. It means the search committee is comfortable, the board is comfortable, and we as search consultants are comfortable with that North Star that I talked about earlier, what it is we're looking for. Then secondly, we do the work of recruiting the candidate pool. And I will tell you that even in challenging times, and we wondered about that post-COVID, whether or not there were going to be high quality people who were still going to be interested in serving as a president or a chancellor. The resounding answer to that is yes. There are many, many people across the country that want to be a president, that want to be a chancellor. We call it the next generation of leaders. They're not the same people that have served in these roles presently, because those folks are retiring. So this current generation of leaders is kind of stepping to the sideline. There's a new generation of leaders that are stepping forward. There are people who are maybe in their early first presidencies, people that are in provost positions, perhaps people that are in highly ranked dean's positions at some institutions across the country. These are people that will look at institutions like Iowa State and will take a very serious interest in them. So I can assure you that there will be many, many people who will be interested in the presidency of Iowa State. And we are excited about the prospect that there are so many good people across the United States that are interested in being a president. And then the third part of that, where the search committee comes into play again, is in reviewing the candidates. Once the pool is built, once that pool is built, then the search committee does the hard work of determining who are the people we want to learn more about, who are the people that we want to interview. So the search committee, and we'll work with the search committee on that. We'll identify what we call a candidate assessment form, one pager that they will use to assess the people in the pool. And then once they determine who they want to interview, those people then move forward to step 4 in the process, which is the interview. And that interview is 8 to 10 folks that the committee has identified that it wants to interview. They interview those folks, and then based on the outcome of that interview, they will then determine which candidates they want to move forward in the process to the board as finalists. So what we always say to a committee is the first step in the process is you need to fall in love with people on paper. See what they look like on paper. What's attractive about them? Who are the people you want to learn more about? Then the next part of that process is you want to hear from those people. You want to see, okay, I read about you on paper. Now, what do you sound like? What do you look like? How do you present yourself? And then once you have that information, then you say, okay, I've seen you on paper. I've seen you on video. And now I want to move you to the next part of the process, which is the finalist stage. And that's where we get back involved and do much more due diligence on the candidates. The board then gets very involved and interviews the candidates face to face, so you get a good feel for them. And then at that point in the process, the board will determine who the next leader will be. And then it's what I talked about earlier about the transition support. That 1 year out, that 1 year after the new president is selected, we work very closely with the new president, with the board chair to make sure that that person gets off to a good start, to make sure that everything's in order for success. And if there are any issues or problems that come up in year one, we get re-engaged with the board to say, how do we solve the problem? What can we do? What resources can we bring to bear on helping to resolve whatever the issues might be? And then the last point that I'll talk about is presidential. I want to come back to where I started earlier on presidential transition phases. So the last slide kind of outlines that. The first step in that process is to kind of lay out the transition plan for the outgoing president. If it's been a successful president, then you want to lift up and have different events during the next year that will honor what your outgoing president has accomplished. Receptions, dinners, different other events that you might want to sponsor with alumni, with folks in the community, with leaders across the state, just to honor the work of it gives you a chance also to promote the good things that are going on at the institution. And then you get into what we talked about, the search and the transition phase. So you're initiating your search, you're planning the rest of the transition, and then there's the selection of the new president, which is the outcome of your presidential search. And then fourth, the incoming president preparation, where you start that incoming transition phase with your new president. You prepare the institution. You kind of lay out a framework for the new president to build relationships with critical people, not only in the institution, but across the state, and certainly with the board. And then the last step is the new president and board support, where you outline a plan for the new president, not only to build a relationship with the board president, but with all members of the board. And that's something that we think is very critical because we are a subsidiary of AGB. We believe that the relationship between the president and the governing board is critical to a successful presidency. So not only do we want to talk about the importance of the relationship between the new president and the board chair, but the new president and the members of the board, so that everyone again is on the same page as you're moving forward. Now, I realize that was an awful lot of information, folks, and I want this to be much more of a discussion and conversation. So let me just stop there. That's my last slide. And I'm happy to answer questions and share any other insights that you might want.
You bet. Thank you, Dr. Davis. Now, any questions from the rest of the board here? Mark Brunn.
Rod, talk about non-traditional candidates and how a search committee would, and/or the board would evaluate sort of a non-traditional candidate, and what should they look for? What should they be aware of?
So we're finding, great question. We're finding more and more that non-traditional candidates are becoming engaged in a search. There's a search that I'm involved with now, and I'm going to answer your question specifically because this other search speaks to that, where the board said, we want you to go out and find some non-traditional candidates. So we found folks that have a military background. We found folks that have a government background, either state or federal. We found folks in the business community. What you do is in your leadership profile, you're clear about what are the characteristics and qualities that you're looking for. What we then do is try to find people in those sectors, either in the business community, in the federal government, state government, in the nonprofit community, in the military, who possess those qualities. So what the search committee has to do is to not kind of get closed into only looking for people that have come through the academic ranks. And oftentimes we have to remind folks on the search committee that don't focus on where people have been, but focus on the qualities that they're going to bring to you. If you have 6 qualities in your leadership profile that you think are critically important, and we're able to find non-traditional candidates who possess those 6 qualities, then judge the people on the basis of those qualities. That's the challenge that the search committee will have. And because those candidates are out there, let me assure you, there are many non-traditional folks that are out there that we think have a skill set that could be helpful to institutions like Iowa State. But the search committee has to be willing to kind of, first of all, talk with those folks and move them forward. Let me give one example. We were doing a search for the University of Nebraska, the president's search for the system some years ago, and they were looking for a person from the academy. They thought they wanted a person with a PhD, a person who'd been a president, a person who'd been a dean, a person who maybe had been a provost, and all of those kinds of things. A very traditional candidate. We found a gentleman whose name was Ted Carter. Ted Carter was a superintendent at that point of the Naval Academy. He was just stepping down from his term as superintendent of the Naval Academy, but he had all kinds of leadership roles in the Navy. He'd not been a faculty member, he'd not been a dean, he'd not been a provost, but he held some pretty serious responsibilities, levels of responsibility in the Navy. Long story short, they identified Ted as a non-traditional candidate they wanted to interview. They hired him, and he's currently the president of the Ohio State University. So he left Nebraska. He's now president of Ohio State with a bachelor's degree. So sometimes it's not so much what you start out looking for, it's the people who end up in the pool, and can you match them with what it is you're looking for? So my long response to your great question is simply this. Let me shorten it. The qualities that you put in your leadership profile, if everybody agrees that here are the 6, 8, 9, 10 qualities that we're looking for, if you find people that are in business, that are in the military, that are in the nonprofit world, that are in government, who have those qualities, then you have to be willing to bring some of those people in to have an interview. Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other, Regent Parker?
Sure. On the same lines, 10 years ago or so, we had a non-traditional president that had kind of a rocky start. Do you think that over the last 10 years, non-traditional presidents are better accepted than they were?
Regent Barker, I was not going to bring that up, but I read about that. I know exactly the person you're talking about, and I did a lot of study on that. Here's the deal. Non-traditional presidents oftentimes have a rocky tenure, very much like traditional presidents have. The difference is when someone's been a traditional president, people don't often talk about, well, this person really came from the academy and he or she didn't do well. But the people who come from outside of the academy, when they have a rocky road, it's just lifted up that much more. So what I can say to you is that one of the things that we've learned, and when I say we, I mean search firms, as well as universities and colleges have learned over time, is that let's do a little bit more due diligence on some of these folks that are non-traditional. Let's really kind of investigate where they're coming from, how they got to the position that they're in today, and whether or not this person would be the right individual to lead the institution. Now, to be clear, to be perfectly clear, there are significant differences between what a non-traditional person brings to the table and what a traditional person brings to the table. I mean, I, for one, spent 40 years in higher education. I was a faculty member, I was a dean, I was a provost. I was a pretty safe choice for Ohio University when they picked me. At least I thought I was. I mean, I was, but my point is, I came through the ranks. People who don't come through the ranks oftentimes will be challenged in their early tenure with fitting into higher ed. Let me give an example. This will be helpful, I hope. So shared governance. Many of you that are from business, that sit on the board or come from other enterprises, I know you've learned a lot about shared governance as you sat on the board. It is something that higher education cherishes. It is something that higher education feels is critically important to the enterprise. But for people who come from business, oftentimes they don't get the shared governance piece. They don't understand why something has to go through 16 committees before it can be approved. Well, in higher education, oftentimes we feel like, well, not only 16, but we think 20 committees might be important for something to go through. And I'm kind of making a little joke here, but my point is simply this. People who come from non-traditional backgrounds can be highly successful, but they can also be failures. I think it's all about the individual and how he or she is able to acclimate to the higher education community. We have found in our experience that there are many non-traditional individuals that have served as presidents that have been able to acclimate and learn the culture of higher education and become successful. We've also learned that there are some folks who come from outside of higher ed who don't make that transition, who can't fit into the culture of the institution and who simply cause themselves problems when they're not sensitive to the culture that they're part of. We all have heard that slogan that, culture eats strategy for breakfast every day. And it's really true. The culture of an institution, you have to be able and willing to fit into the culture of an institution. If you're willing to do that, let me shorten my response. If you're willing to fit into the culture of the institution and acclimate, you can be successful as a non-traditional candidate, in my opinion.
Very good. Are there any other? Regent Hensley?
Thank you. I really appreciate this presentation. It's been very enlightening to me, so I appreciate that very much. A couple of questions. If you could expand upon the due diligence and exactly how much that is. And the reason I ask the question is I've been involved not in university searches, but in government searches. And once the
Yes.
candidates' names are public, which they will be at a certain point, that's when all of a sudden you find there's something in their background that's problematic.
Yeah.
So can you be really specific about the due diligence, when and exactly what that is?
So, Regent Hensley, one of the things that we like to do, beginning with the semifinal candidates, we like to do a beginning due diligence process with them. We do social media, we do Google checks, we make some reference calls. We begin the process of kind of finding out what we need to learn about them from the standpoint of how they presented themselves on paper, how we've talked with them on the telephone, how we have cultivated that relationship to the extent that we can share with the search committee before they forward names to the board what we've learned about these candidates. We also have a third party company that we use. It's called the Mintz Group. They do background checks all over the world for business, for higher ed, for a lot of different entities. We utilize them to do background checks on our behalf and certainly on behalf of the institution. So there are two stages. The first stage is what we call the beginning due diligence process, where we make reference calls, where we do social media checks, where we do Google checks, where we do enough due diligence work to tell us, is there going to be an issue or a concern that we need to know about? Let me give an example. Sometimes if an individual has had a situation at his or her business or institution, there's been an NDA signed. If we learn that a prospective candidate has an NDA, that's a non-disclosure agreement. I'm sorry, I use way too many acronyms. But if somebody has signed a non-disclosure agreement, we want to know as much as we can about that, because more often than not, if there's been an NDA signed, there's some issues. So we try to find out, is there an NDA? Has this individual been sued? Has this individual had any kind of legal issues or any other kinds of issues? And so that's all before they become finalists. Now, once they become finalists, what we do is we do a deeper dive. We talk to what we call off-list references. More often than not, a candidate will put forward the people that they want to be their references. And so they might put forward, 5 names of people that are their friends or their colleagues. So we'll certainly call those people and find out as much as we can. But then we're going to call some other people and these are off-list people. These are people that we know. These are people that they've worked with that we call and we try to validate. So for an example, if somebody says, I was involved in in helping to raise $5 million for my institution. And in fact, I was the lead person that helped to raise $5 million for my institution. Well, if we make a phone call and somebody says, that person might have helped us raise $500,000, but nowhere close to $5 million, that's a problem. So we try to validate what we've learned about candidates through the interview process, as well as what they've said to us. The other part of that is then we use the Mintz Group to check their employment record, to check their degrees, to check their any kind of civil or criminal sexual offenses, anything in their background, we're going to do a deep dive into them to make sure that there's nothing that's going to surprise us, and certainly nothing that's going to surprise the board, because we know how important it is when you have a press conference and when you announce someone. We know what the members of the media are going to do. Immediately, they're going to start doing Google checks. They're going to reach out and try to find out any and everything that they can. So we want to do that on the front end and let you know what we found out. So that if you have to exclude a candidate from further consideration, you do that before you have your press conference.
So just as a follow-up then,
Yeah.
of the 8 to 10 that are going to be in the pool that come forward for the face-to-face interviews, well, at that point, are they going to be made public, or will it be a little bit later?
So then my question becomes, are you doing a confidential search or is this an open search? I didn't get clarity on that early on.
I guess I don't know that a decision's been made on that, but I just think it's important to know when they are going to be made public.
It'll be when the finalists come to campus and do their
Okay.
campus visit. That's when the names will become public. The semifinalists won't be public.
So that would be that pool of 8 to 10 that we're.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So what you want to do then is to ensure that once you get to the point where you've got 3 folks that are your finalists, you want to feel confident that these are 3 folks where there's been significant due diligence work, and we will assure that there's been that due diligence work so that as you're considering them and to the point where their names are being made public, that there's nothing that's going to pop up in the public domain that's going to be a cause for concern.
Regent Dunkel, I think you have a question.
I do. Rod, this is a great presentation. Thank you. It helps us. So with your experience, if you've had an experience that didn't go well, if it's a failed search, for example, where do you see that process having most often fallen down?
Regent Dunkel, thank you. Thank you for asking that question. That is a really, really great question. So here's what I've seen. I talked about everybody being on the same page. The board, the search committee, and the search consultants. I talked about the leadership profile, where I have seen searches go off the tracks. Is when you're at the end of the process, and all of a sudden, either someone on the search committee or someone on the board wants to introduce another set of criteria. So that is to say that what was written is no longer the primary criteria, but something else becomes the primary criteria. When that occurs, the search committee gets upset because they're saying, well, wait a minute, we kind of forwarded these people based on what was in the leadership profile. And then the board says, well, yeah, that's okay, but we have some other things that we think are important. So when you're not on the same page, it causes friction. It causes folks to get mad, angry, frustrated, and for that to spill over. The other thing that occurs, and I know this won't happen in the good state of Iowa, but sometimes there's political interference. I just have to be blunt about that. As I said earlier, I live in Gainesville and I've witnessed it. Sometimes if you get political interference outside of the process, okay, you're running a great search. You're doing exactly everything that I've described. You've got the search committee, you've got the board, you've got the search consultants, everybody's on the same page. But there's an elected official who says, you know what, this is all well and good, but there's somebody else that we want to be the president of the institution. And we want that person to be a candidate. We don't care about what the qualifications are. We want that person to be a semifinalist, and we actually want that person to be considered as a finalist. If you get political interference, there can be some real serious issues. And then the last thing that I would say is that if you get a candidate, and we try to work our hardest to avoid this, but we had one search where we had a candidate who had not discussed whether or not he would take the position, whether or not the family would move if he was offered the position. He was offered the position, turned around and told the board, well, geez, I can't take the position because my wife doesn't want to come. Well, I mean, did you have a conversation like 3 months ago with the boss of the house, if you will? So Representative Dunkel, I've seen it happen in a lot of different ways. I've seen it as the board, I've seen it search committee, I've seen it political interference, I've seen it candidate. Now, the good news is that it's been rare. That's the good news. The bad news is that it does occur. So what I want to say to you and your colleagues on the board is if we can do our best on the front end to get everybody on the same page, I think we can ensure minimally that we'll have any kinds of issues at the end if we can start off with everybody being on the same page in terms of what the leadership profile says about what we're looking for. And if we can avoid any kind of political interference, I think this can be a highly successful search.
Regent Henson?
Is that helpful?
We hope to get that right.
You just mentioned something that really triggered another question for me because I have run into this, and that is the spouse and/or partner.
No.
So when the finalists come in and do the interviews, are they included, and how are they included? And have you been in situations where there's really an effort to work to ensure that the spouse potentially or the partner will have some opportunities for employment?
So we typically will recommend when it reaches the stage of finalist that the spouse partner is invited. Now, we can't ask a candidate if he or she, has a spouse or a partner or any of that. We just can't ask, and neither can you as a board. But what we can do is we can invite that person to come when the finalist interview occurs and have a separate agenda for that person to go through, whether it's, let's take you on a sightseeing tour of the campus and the community and maybe look at some potential housing or just kind of get a good feel for the community. There are a lot of things you can do. But what it does, it helps you to get a clearer picture of what are we dealing with here? Are we dealing with just the candidate? Are we dealing with a candidate spouse / partner? Or do we have to accommodate the spouse partner in terms of employment? Those questions then are much clearer. If I am a candidate and I say to you that, I really want this opportunity, but I've got a spouse who works and she would need to have a job for me to be able to take this job. If I bring that up, you're open to have the conversation with me. But if I don't bring it up, you can't say, well, look, do you have a spouse that needs a job it's kind of awkward there. We're going to do our best when we reach that point. There are questions we can ask or we can find out about that, but we have to be careful there because there are only so many questions that we're allowed to ask about people's, personal situations. But the bottom line here is that oftentimes the spouse or partner is a critical part of being able to close the deal. And sometimes that might mean finding a job for the spouse or partner or making sure that the spouse or partner wants to come. And now sometimes there can be a situation, we've had situations where, let's say that they have a son or a daughter who's a junior in high school and they have one more year of high school and they feel like, my wife's going to stay behind, my daughter, my son's going to stay behind until that 1 year of high school is finished and they're going to come, she's going to come or he's going to come join me at the institution. We're able to work with that. So there are many things that you can accommodate, but there are certain things that are issues and concerns that just can't be overcome.
And the importance is to find that out before you bring the 4 finalists. So nobody comes
Absolutely.
to campus at 3 or 4, however many is decided upon, until they know
Yeah.
for sure. Okay.
Yeah. We typically recommend that if you invite, people to come, that you invite the spouse or partner to come with them because you can learn an awful lot
Yes.
when everybody's there. And that's the key point. You can learn a lot.
Right. Okay. Regent Reiswick?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. My question is regarding internal candidates who may apply or be interested. Is the process the same? Do you change anything at all for that type of candidate?
Process is the same. We embrace internal candidates. We think internal candidates are important. We want to treat them with the same level of respect and confidentiality that we would treat external candidates. And to the point that Mark made earlier, all through the semifinal part of the process, we will protect as best we can the confidentiality of internal candidates. We think that internal candidates are viable for all kinds of good reasons, but we also think that to level the playing field, we don't want to treat them with any special considerations that we don't treat external candidates. So our policy is if you are a candidate to be the president, in this instance of Iowa State University, we're going to treat you the same if you're an internal candidate or if you're an external candidate.
Whoops. Dr. McDavis, thank you so very much for your presentation. It's been very worthwhile, and you're getting us started on a exciting time, sad time, because we will be losing Dr. or President Winterstein, but also an exciting
Yes.
time to move her tenure forward with what she's put. So,
Well, let me say this, and I'll just take a second. It's a point of personal privilege. We are honored to work with you, President Gates, and the board and Mark. I said this earlier, and I want to say it again. We think you have some outstanding public institutions in the state of Iowa. They would not be outstanding if it were not for the work that you do each and every day as members of this board, the work that Mark and his team does, and the work that the presidents and faculty and staff on each of those campuses do. We are honored to have one of your former presidents, a part of the AGB search team. Sally Mason is a senior executive search consultant with AGB Search. She's been with us for 9 years. She's done a great job. She is a great example of what you have produced in the afterlife of a president. And we are honored, as I said earlier, and privileged to have the opportunity to work with you on the Iowa State search. We're excited about it, looking forward to it, and thank you for the opportunity.
absolutely. We look forward to working with you. Thank you. The board has necessity to meet in closed session for the following reasons. A, in accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.I, to conduct performance evaluations of the institutional heads and executive director as necessary to prevent the needless and irreparable injury to each individual's reputation. Each individual has requested that their evaluation be conducted in closed session. And B, in accordance with Iowa Code Section 21.5.1.c, to discuss strategy with counsel in matters that are presently in litigation or where litigation is imminent and premature disclosure would likely prejudice or disadvantage the position of the board. At the conclusion of closed session, the board will reconvene in open session. Is there a motion that the board enter into closed session? Motion made by Regent Hensley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Regent Rouse. Is there any discussion? Regent Dunkel? Roll call vote. Maybe she's.
Yes,
Okay.
agree.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Hensley?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Gipple?
Yes.
Regent Jaden?
Yes.
Regent Kramer?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. Okay, we're back in open session. I'd like to recognize Brad Berg from the board office for a report on the result of today's first bond bid.
Thank you, President Bates. This morning we received bids for 3 separate bond issues on behalf of the University of Iowa. They included some Memorial Union bonds, Facilities Corp bonds, as well as parking bonds. Joining us today is Elizabeth Bergman from Baker Tilly, the board's municipal advisor. And if it would please the board, we would like to begin with the Memorial Union bond results.
Just fine.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Thank you. Thank you, President Bates and Regents. Today was a great day in the market for the University of Iowa. We got a lot of business done. Starting with the Memorial Union bond, we had 3 bids. The winning bidder was Baird at a true interest cost of 4.5%, which was lower than what we had anticipated going in to the sale when we structured the deal in May, and a very favorable result. Happy to take questions, but obviously I have 3 more I'm going to tell you about as well. So,
Are there any questions right now?
I'll
Regent
just,
Barker?
yeah, I'll just comment that I will vote no on this one, but not for anything that you mentioned that sounds like, a good financing. Voting no for the same reasons that I gave at the last meeting on the IMU. I just don't think it's right that the current students are putting future students in debt when, given the challenges of higher ed funding these days and the possible changes, future students may have very different priorities than current students.
Okay. Thank you, Regent Barker. Do you want these voted on separately?
I think that would be best,
Okay.
yes.
A motion and a second are required to approve a resolution providing for the sale and authorizing and providing the issuance and securing the payment of $34,300,000 Iowa Memorial Union Revenue Bonds Series SUI 2025 for the purpose of financing a portion of the costs of improving and renovating the Iowa Memorial Union located on the campus of the State University of Iowa and paying costs of issuance. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Regent Rouse. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Regent Kramer. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead with roll call. Regent Dunkel? She's on. Regent Barker?
No.
Regent Hensley?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Gipple?
Yes.
Regent Jaden?
Yes.
Regent Kramer?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. If you'd like to go ahead, Brad.
Our next issue is the Facilities Corp bonds, which are the 3rd and final tranche for the health sciences academic facility.
again, another successful result there. We had 3 bids on that as well, with Baird also as the winning bid at a true interest cost of 4.58%. With yeah, I guess those are the pertinent facts. Again, good outcome and positive, and a good place to finish that three tranche financing, shoring up the interest rates there.
Okay, thank you. A motion and a second are required to approve a resolution authorizing and providing the issuance and securing the payment of $34,630,000 University of Iowa Facilities Corporation Revenue Bonds Series 2025 for the purpose of financing a portion of constructing and equipping a new health science academic building and paying for costs of issuance, providing for the payment thereof, and directing the issuer to issue said Series 2025 bonds. Is there a motion? Motion by Regent Hensley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Regent Jaden. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Hensley?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Gipple?
Yes.
Regent Jaden?
Yes.
Regent Kramer?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. Okay, Brad?
And our last issue is a parking bond issue. Elizabeth?
Absolutely. Before I finish up on the parking bond, I want to make sure to mention that as part of the process, the university did go through a rating process and had the AA1 from Moody's affirmed, and S&P's AA also affirmed. That's on the fundamental rating. The parking revenue bonds are one notch lower in both cases. And S&P also has a positive outlook on the university based on its strong balance sheet and good enrollment strength over the past couple of years. So S&P is definitely seeing positive movement from the university. With that, there are 6 bids on the parking revenue deal. I think that's in part the large size. That's a size that gets national firms as well as regional firms involved. The winning bid was from Wells Fargo at an interest rate of 4.54%, and another good result.
Very good. A motion and a second are
Oh,
required.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Oh,
Four
I'm
point
sorry.
49. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I was just
Nope.
double checking there. 4.54 is what we had anticipated at the beginning of March.
Okay.
Apologies for that. I had
Okay.
my numbers next to each other.
Very good, very good. A motion and a second are required to approve a resolution for the sale and authorizing and providing the issuance and securing the payment of $33,725,000 parking system revenue refunding bonds, Series SUI 2025, for the purpose of financing a portion of the costs of constructing, extending, equipping, and improving parking facilities on the campus of the State University of Iowa, currently refunding the $56,550,000 parking system bond anticipation project notes, Series SUI 2023, and currently refunding the $20 million parking system revenue bond, Series 2014, and paying costs of issuance. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Regent Reiswick. Is there a second? Second by Regent Hensley. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote, Regent Barker,
Yes.
Regent Hensley?
Yes.
Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Gipple?
Yes.
Regent Jaden?
Yes.
Regent Kramer?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes, and the motion is approved. All right, nothing else,
Nope,
right?
that'll do it.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Congratulations on a
Elizabeth.
couple successful sales.
Okay. That's it, right? Okay. This concludes the board's business. The meeting of the Iowa Boards of Regents is adjourned. There we go.
Never know. Because you're otherwise retired from corporate. Yeah, okay. So the Iowa State gig was? Yeah. Okay. And this is out of retirement. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, okay, very good. And you have a home in Ames?
We're between Ames, Quad Cities, and Florida.
Okay, okay,
So we kind of do a third and third and third.
okay, nice.
I've got, my mother-in-law lives about a mile from us. In Quad Cities.
Okay.
We're there, as long as she's around, we're there. My
Sure.
mom's in Cal City.
Oh, okay.
So we kind of, depending what's going on there, move around.
Yeah.
I spend more time in Ames.
Did your wife work at Stevens?
Only
Okay.
5 minutes.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
She did for a while, but then she went to straight up.
Right, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, I think it's my sister-in-law started seeing home when her kids were like, it was when they had their third, and we were like, well, that doesn't make sense. And now it's like, you get it, because when there's school, I mean, it's not a working day that they're in school. You know, and then it's like, what do you do? I don't either. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and my husband farms and works for seed company with cattle, corn, soybeans. I mean, he's very seasonally busy. I don't know how I could work full time.
Hi, Lisa, it's Robert. How are you doing? Yeah, pretty good. So it doesn't sound like you're in the office.
Yeah. Oh, God bless your wife.